One dinner completed and I am back. Just under the limit I set for myself. It's been maybe an hour and a half, hour 40 so minutes. Let's see, 611 was the last message from the chat member. So yeah, almost an hour, 40 minutes. But I'm back on time. But we get to explore. I forget. Okay, I did give him Brawling Avoid. Wasn't 100% certain. We'll crack him like a rusty helmet.
We took quite the detour. It was time-consuming, but finally, we got the information we needed. We crush the Empire, we get Lady Rhea back. 2 birds, 1 stone. First, we take Fort Merceus. I'll put my heart in it. I'll crack him like a rusty helmet.
Let's proceed with caution.
We defeated Lord Arundel. The Emperor must have been surprised. If we can keep up that fervor, perhaps we'll capture Fort Merceus and move on to the Imperial capital. We must not be overconfident, though.
We are going to win.
You're optimistic. Humans and beasts are ultimately the same. When they're cornered, they lash out however they can. They fight for their lives. Who knows how the Emperor will lash out? We have to be careful.
The Ultimate Sword Tournament is today. I'm not even going to save. Felix, you're up. Ooh, got hit.
You fought well.
Off to a great start.
You fought well. It was meant to be.
Still doubling. Slightly less than 100% accuracy, sadly.
Pit. One to remember.
Yay, we get a Master Seal for all 0 people who need it. A few people are hanging out in their rooms. Hey, Petra. I will give you all my fighting spirit.
I have excitement in my heart for secret tactics. I enjoy attacks that are surprising. I thought we could be using attacks like that at this fortress. But I am hearing a different thing. A brute force attack with all of our power, yes? Attacks that are surprising are also safer. Attacking from the front is dangerous. But I will give you all of my fighting spirit, Professor.
I wonder how exactly it'll be different, considering it seems this time we're not sneaking in under the guise of some people being soldiers. I wonder where Claude is.
My family made it through the conflict unscathed. Thank the goddess. It seems that Deirdre was the only place to really get caught up in the fighting. Did Claude intend to spare the Alliance territories from harm? If so, he's a truly admirable leader. Speaking of Claude, I wonder where he is.
Straight down. Hey, Bernie.
I love a good fortress. The perfect place to hide. This one's impregnable too, isn't it? Perfect! As soon as we take it, I'll set up a special spot for Bernie.
If we can take it, it's not impregnable.
I guess you have a point. What would you call it then? A little pregnable?
Father.
Oh, Professor! Good timing. You have to talk some sense into my father. Recently, he's been doing nothing but work himself to the bone. Even when he's taking breaks from training and errands, he's apparently listening to reports, day in and day out. He's getting on in years, you know? I just want him to take care of himself.
How old is he? I think we could check with the roster, right? "61. Oh, he is decently old. Pretty tough for a 61-year-old. Finally, we take on the Empire.
We're finally going to attack the Empire? I'm actually getting a little nervous. Please defeat the Emperor and save Lady Rhea.
I mean, we'll
I'll
try.
be waiting here with all of the necessary preparations for a huge celebration.
I would like to do some gardening, yes. Fuck. There we go. Rather impressive.
Attacking an impregnable fortress head-on is rather impressive. Or suicidal. Depends on the day, really. You know Fort Merceus' nickname, I assume. The stubborn old general? It may be stubborn, but its age means it's gotta be hiding a few weak spots. Makes sense to aim for those areas.
Now, one thing I want to do before I forget. Sylvain and Cyril. You have a bunch of Rocky Burdocks in the inventory, right? A bunch. Yeah, 3. Now, who should we give the defense stuff to? Probably Dimitri, since we want him to be on the front line. I can't remember, who was it that got nailed by a lucky crit? In one of the other things? I think it was Constance. Yeah, she only has 15 luck. But she shouldn't be fighting on the front lines anyway. Here, you have the lowest luck out of our frontliners. Oh, we have 2 of them. Could also increase dex by 2. Let's see, if she has 31. There. 32 means it is an 8% chance. I'm gonna bump up her resistance as well. Make it a nice 30, so she can be pushed in the front line every so often. I'll just give him the remaining talismans. And we have 3 dexterity to give somebody. Well, he could use 2 of them. There we go. 7% lethality. Figured we take care of that now rather than later.
Professor!
Hey, Cyril.
Let's see.
Why'd they take Lady Rhea?
Is it true Lady Rhea was taken to the Empire? Why'd they take Lady Rhea? Professor, they didn't take her to kill her, did they?
I don't think so.
That's good. We just gotta beat the Imperial Army and get her back, right? You gotta help her, Professor. I'm begging ya.
Gatekeeper.
Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report. Is it true that we'll be assaulting Fort Merceus next? That doesn't sound like the brightest idea. I've heard that it's built to withstand an attack from even the largest of armies. And not to tell you how to do your job, but don't do it. I'm not ready to say my final goodbyes to everyone.
We'll be fine. You don't have anything to worry about. We're all gonna be just fine.
Unbelievable. The merchant. Hey, how about a
Hey,
favor?
what did you say?
The Alliance is just gone. It's hard to
I
believe.
don't remember this one.
The merchants of Deirdre all have nerves of steel. I'm sure they'll be up and running again in no time. Hey, how about a favor?
Hello there. This one, yes? I thank you. Return soon, please.
And we'll buy one
Will this one do?
Picate spike.
It's all you tell your friends.
Now we don't need to check back there. Hey, Sylvain.
Professor?
Laying a siege to a keep is a lot like...
You know, Professor, laying siege to a keep is like asking a girl out on a date. First, you get past her defenses, then you make your move.
I remember this line. You might be right, is what you
See,
want to hear.
You get it. Our fearless leader, on the other hand, he's never been good with the ladies. Anyway, I figure you go after the main gate. You take that out, and I'm sure we can win. Of course, you're making the tactical calls. I'm happier to follow than to lead.
I'll just do it with food. It's so much easier to do it that way.
True.
Captain Gerald's enemy.
The Death Knight is guarding Fort Merceus. The same one who was linked to Monica and to Flame's abduction 5 years ago. Anyway, he's one of the monsters responsible for Captain Gerald's death. We have to defeat him.
Hey, Hilda.
That reminds
Everyone's so calm.
The Alliance dissolved so suddenly. Now there's widespread pandemonium. The lords are warring, mass confusion among the citizens. Or, that's what I expected to happen. None of that seems to be taking place. They had a roundtable meeting and talked it out. Everyone's dealing very calmly with the situation. I guess if Dimitri turns out to be a crazed despot, then there really will be chaos. But he's not gonna go crazy again. He's okay now, right?
Yeah, he's fine.
Oh my.
Isn't it exciting?
With the Empire destroyed, the borders within Fodlan will likely become a thing of the past. With that, the rules of trade will change. Personally, I'm excited to see what these changes will bring.
Ira's iris is so different. It's certainly a surprise.
The Alliance has really been disbanded.
One was significantly darker than
I
the
never
other.
thought such a thing
Extra
could
bloated.
happen. As long as it doesn't negatively impact our lives, I don't care much whether we're the Kingdom or the Alliance.
The Crescent Moon War.
Have you heard of the Crescent Moon War? That's when the Alliance won their independence from the Kingdom. Some 300 years ago, the ruling Duke of Leicester died without an heir, and the lords with blood ties to House Blathen took that chance to propose ruling the Leicester territory as a republic. The head of House Regan led the Leicester lords and fought fiercely with Farkas. They won independence from the Kingdom. And now, here we are.
How's this?
Eat, train, sleep.
Wake up, eat, train, eat,
I remember
train,
this.
eat, sleep. We gotta prepare for the assault, but that hasn't changed my routine.
Is there more you can do?
All that train.
Weren't they part of the same country?
Weren't the Kingdom and Alliance once part of the same country?
Yeah.
If you think about it that way, it makes sense for them to unite. I suppose the Kingdom was once part of the Empire as well. Even if Fodlan came together, I wouldn't be surprised if it fell apart again.
Yeah. That's usually how it goes.
I have some experience with cooking. Let me consider. How the meal tastes affects the morale of the troops. An army marches on its stomach.
Not a huge fan how, like, there's no weird variations to cooking in this game. It just happens.
Looks good. I will eat well and restore my strength.
I think it's wonderful to be able to eat a nice...
Yummy! Ooh, it's...
I'm happy to eat alone.
I realized it after I...
Professor! Fort Merceus is next, huh? Ah, the memories. It's a huge stronghold in my father's domain. The town's completely surrounded by high walls. I used to run around there when I was a kid. Way back when a fortress was just a playground for me. Yeah, those were the days.
That reminds...
Definitely.
I traveled to Kingdom territory because I was nearby. I did some good business.
Apparently, supplies are needed to reconstruct the kingdom capital and the surrounding towns. I wonder where I should go next.
Okay. I can only hope that there aren't any more phone calls. And you're back? You do realize I took a break for dinner, right? Like a while ago. I just got back like 20 minutes ago myself.
Is that so?
Wonder where he'll go.
I wonder where Claude will go. From the sound of it, he's leaving Fodlan altogether.
How you doing, Chess
He
Master?
was strangely gallant about the
Nice
whole
to
thing.
see you again.
He even left his relic
Long
behind.
time no talk.
Elusive and mysterious to the end, isn't he?
It's just as we thought.
Just as we suspected. Lady Rhea was taken to the Imperial capital. We must get to the capital as quickly as possible. So many people are worried sick about her. I do wonder when Claude managed to learn Lady Rhea's whereabouts. He's pretty shrewd. I can't help but admire him.
Did I zone out? I don't remember him saying anything like that. Booster took a lot out of you, had to sleep most of the day. I feel that. If I was the Emperor...
Doesn't matter how sturdy the keep. If the commander defending it is incompetent, it can fall as easy as anything. That's what they say, at least. I wonder if that applies to Fort Merceus. All I know is, if I was the Emperor, I'd never in a million years assign an incompetent commander to a fort as important as that one.
The Archbishop.
The Archbishop has been taken to the Empire, just as we thought. But why hasn't Edelgard killed her yet? If she intended to use her as a hostage, she'd have publicly announced that she was unharmed. We don't know what the Emperor's intentions are, All we can do is fight on and pray the Archbishop is okay.
So Merceus is chilling by the graves.
Hey!
I fled the Empire.
I come here after getting chased out of the Empire. There's no place for our kind there anymore. But there are still many inside Empire territory who haven't abandoned their faith in the Church of Seros. I pray that one day we'll get the chance to rebuild the church within the Empire.
How's my dinner? Made a freezer pizza in the oven. Pretty good.
I have a thought.
What we can do now is...
So Lady Rhea was in the Empire all this time. Wish I'd known that 5 years ago, but there's nothing we can do about it now. What we can do, though, is topple the Empire. Will you seize victory with us, Professor? For the sake of the late Captain!
Of course. I'm so moved.
The majority is with us. This conflict will end soon. I am so moved by the decision that Claude and the Alliance nobles have made. That is true nobility, acting in accordance with the people's needs and wishes. As war drags on, those living near the front lines inevitably get the worst of it. Still, Edelgard will not give in. She will push to complete her mission, no matter how many people die. Not everyone with noble blood has noble ideals.
Merceus, don't worry, you'll be going with us to fight the Death Knight.
Death Knight. Going to fight the Death Knight.
You seem concerned.
To be perfectly honest, I am.
Cool, no explanation. Noted.
Well...
What will become of them?
Now that the Alliance has been dissolved, what will become of the nobility?
Are you worried?
No, my adoptive father knows how to get by. I'm sure he'll do well for himself in the kingdom. All of Fodlan is going to change. I suppose I'll have to change with it.
There's one person over here. Lysithia.
Hey, you. Perhaps.
Lord Arundel.
Something about Lord Arundel rubbed me the wrong way. There was something off about him.
Not that I've ever heard anything good about him. Have you ever heard of the Harem family?
From the Empire?
Correct. Their lands are due south of the Ordelia territory. Since Edelgard's rule, Lord Arundel had been governing the territory. It seems like his reign was particularly cruel. The people there suffered greatly under him. He seemed to be a good and just person at one point. It simply doesn't make sense.
It's a shame we'll never find out what exactly happened in this playthrough. A shame.
Incredible.
You write operas about things like this.
The Leicester Alliance is no more. 300 years of history. Gone and done. They write operas about events like this, you know? Dimitri will be played by the most handsome actor of the time. Hearts will pound as he takes the stage. What am I saying? Surely the most handsome man would play you.
Aw, shucks. So embarrassed. Let's continue talking to everybody. Discussion. Seems Fodlan give everything a nickname.
Fort
Merceus
Merceus
this
is
one
the
before.
Empire's single most fortified. I wonder, do you happen to know the nickname
Stubborn old
given to
general.
Fort Merceus? Indeed, seems Fort myself.
Someone's down here. Enbar holds a lot of memories for me.
Each step closer to Enbar, I'm reminded of another part of my past. Riches and poverty, glory and failure. That city has it all. And if I'm honest, sometimes I miss it. That's how the past works, though, isn't it? It's always a different story than what you really lived.
Hey, you.
Got a few people hanging out in this back room. Claude has dissolved the Alliance.
It appears that Claude has dissolved the Alliance.
He doesn't seem happy.
He's thrown away the pride of all the Lester Lords who have walked the path of independence from Fargus for generations. I said from the start that he was not suitable to lead.
Aha.
Well, times have changed, haven't they? I suppose we can trust the kingdom now.
All right.
Professor.
Are you prepared?
From this point onward, we're in all-out war with the Empire. Are you prepared, Professor?
I've been prepared. Are you?
I have already steeled myself as best I can. First, we capture Fort Merceus. The fighting will undoubtedly be brutal, but we must prevail. As far as this army and I are concerned, you're our last ray of hope. We are relying on you.
Only the Empire remains.
Claude has stepped down from leadership, and Lester is now a vassal state of Fargus. The lords of the Western Kingdom are beginning to declare fealty to us in greater numbers also. The Empire is our only remaining enemy.
So...
Hey, Gilbert. I can barely imagine.
Even in the kingdom, only a few people knew about His Highness and Edelgard's relationship. Me? I always knew those two to be like brother and sister. To think that we would come to see this world, where they are at war with one another. I live it, and can still barely imagine such a truth.
They're hanging out over here.
Professor?
Yeah.
I believe.
So, we're finally invading Empire territory, huh? There's not much we can do right now, except pray for deliverance. I truly believe that we have it in us to succeed.
Once we take Fort Merceus...
Fort Merceus is a keep that was constructed to defend the Imperial capital, Enbar. We cannot enter the capital without first capturing that fort. But once we have it, the city should be almost entirely at our mercy. Now that we know Rhea is there, we must move with the utmost urgency.
An enemy I do not wish to recall.
The Death Knight. I shudder to think of him. Professor, you remember my connection to him, do you not?
Of course.
I am still working through the trauma from back then. All these years later. If we meet him, I swear I will have my revenge.
Okay, that would be everybody that wants to talk about stuff. There's really only one person who needs specific training, and that would be Hilda or Authority. Try to bump her up to A rank. It's almost there. Hopefully she'll get it. Oh, also, I guess Cyril. Although now he doesn't need it.
Yeah.
So we don't have to care about doing the instructions. We can see what the automatic instructions do. Gonna begin training.
I gotta ask you something.
I had to leave my grandpa in charge of taking care of my little sis while I'm away. How's he gonna send him something nice to say thanks? Any suggestions? A tough-looking hat.
Makes sense to me.
Professor?
Whatever you say. Balthus' birthday.
Thanks. We will make a good team.
You can...
It is done.
There must be... I must... Oh...
I think
It seems my...
Saint Sethlin Day.
singing it.
Alright, it's also Flame's birthday. I wonder why. Okay. Battle. These are available until next month. So I think we'll do Retribution this month, and we'll do the Silver Maiden next month. We'll claim Merceus and then obliterate Arianrod. Rout the bandits in the mountains. Recommended level 41. We should maybe get some levels out of this, because I think most of our guys are level 41. It might be level 42 for all I know. Some of them are. Like I know Constance is. Let's see, who has the trade secrets? This guy does. And this guy does. He has 54 speed. Which means if you speed him up, we'll be able to take it.
Come back.
All that is set. Units. I mean, yeah, it's basically sort of what we want. What I would like is for you to be on somebody, like, since those two always get experience, those two are the best for adjutants. The last slot can be whatever we want. Let's fight. First step, mark and mark. What do you have anyway? Silver axe. Worthless piece of junk.
Ready when you are.
Sunshine. Imagine being defeated by me.
Let's fix that. Better.
I'm your girl.
Let's go.
Leave it to me.
I'm just gonna do this. And everybody else can sweep those kills out. Get some easy experience.
Shall we?
Not so easy. They have very high evasion.
I
Even
am
after
prepared.
getting damage like that.
What's my strategy? I'm stronger than...
I expect no less.
Garbage.
At your service.
Nice try. Too slow. Nice try.
Why are you running? Let's do another 1-2 punch. Highest chance of hitting. Got him. So we need to lure him out. Should be easy. Just place somebody right there and watch the fireworks. Let's see. For good measure, I'll just kill you. That'll still lure them out. Maybe. Yes, good. Run towards us.
Sword, come. Too slow. Now.
So, level 42. Go get strength.
I won't stop marching onward.
You can smash this one up. Hilda. Dowdy? Okay, good. Level 64.
This is for everyone.
Equal magic and resistance.
Sorry.
I will be taking that. That'll do it. Just didn't want her getting the kill. She doesn't need it. Lethality is so brutal. We'll say I would like for her to kill one of the phases on this boss. Maybe even two if we're lucky. Boss no move. Oops. You know what, yeah, why not? Damn it. Mix it up a little bit.
Let me help you.
She's also only level 40. But she actually is good at getting kills. So... all yours, Annette. We just have to do a little bit of damage so she can get another kill. You were so close. Damn these trees. Well, that's a second kill. One more and we'll get a turkey. All we have to do is not kill it. Nice. Speed and strength. What? Did I really use up all the boltings? Oh. Didn't think I did. Okay. Not what I wanted, but sure. Well, let's do this one first. Retribution. Amid riots in the Harem territory, Ferdinand learns that his missing father, Duke Ire, has been found. Lysithea, who knows the area well, goes with him to investigate. Whoosh.
You can't stop running.
We got you. You're the Prime Minister, aren't you?
Not anymore. He lost his power and his fancy title. Now he's just a man.
Shut up!
Yeah. Do you know what you've done to regular folks like us? Since you villains took over the Harem territory, our lives have been nothing but pain and misery. Heavy taxes, forced labor, it's brutal. Now we're gonna make you pay.
Such a nice selection of tea leaves in the pantry here.
Tea is nice and all, but it's not much good when you don't have sweets to go with
Love
it.
the comedic timing on
Sweet
that.
treats are less common, yes. But perhaps that makes sense. War is not sugar-coated.
If you've got time to be cheeky, you've got time to find me some sweets.
But Lysithea, your smile is so sweet.
Lord Ferdinand, excuse the interruption. Our scouts happened upon the information you were looking for. I thought it would be best to let you know as soon as possible.
They know where my father is?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, now.
After losing his position as Prime Minister, your father was held in Enbar for a very long time. He escaped. For a while, no one knew where he was. The other day, however, he was sighted alone in the Harem territory. Seemed he was heading for an allied region.
Harem.
Alone, you say? Was he safe?
I'm afraid not. There is a major insurrection happening in the Harem territory. It's been 5 years since Duke Ire lost his control of the area. The military seems to have finally lost control, and the people's violence is unleashed.
I do not understand. Why are they rioting?
It's obvious, isn't it? Ferdinand, do you really know nothing about Harem? Your own father was ruling it. You don't know what became of the area once he fell from power?
If it was truly a House Ire territory, I would have been trained in governing the area. But my father insisted that I have nothing to do with Harem. But now is not the time to talk about this. We have to help him before he gets caught up in the violence.
Too late.
You're right. Now isn't the time for chit-chat. Let's get over there quickly. Professor, will you be coming?
I'll go with you.
We'd better depart as soon as possible. I know a bit about the situation. I'll fill you in later.
I straight up do not remember this paralogue off the top of my mind. Oh! This map. This map. Shit. Now, I did learn something cheeky about this map. If we kill this guy, it clears out all the enemies from this bottom section of the map. 1, 2, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If Constance is here, we can use bolting. We can use it twice because of Felix. Hopefully that'll be able to kill him. In addition, he does have Uncanny Blow. Good. For some reason, she's carrying Spirit Dust. I think if we send Byleth to handle these guys up here first, while letting those two get dragged down. They don't have anything at all. Okay, we're just gonna have to try it. Start with turn 1 using bolting on them and then go from there.
Well, come back.
This is where my father was sighted? The citizens are rioting everywhere.
Over there! Quick! We need to help them!
There seem to be some people inciting the violence. If we take them out, perhaps the violence will subside.
It might be best to spread out.
The colony is further attacked by the angry mob. Your roars by the humpback pure rescue.
The north side of the town is in chaos. I do not think we can advance.
It seems better to simply hold the line against the enemies in the north, and focus our efforts on saving the citizens of the east and south.
First thing we do?
Sunshine.
Bolting. 59 damage.
Oh, looky there. Some houses are still untouched. Let's give them a good plundering, boys!
Professor, let's make haste and go help them. Their lives may be forfeit if we don't get to them quickly.
Ah! Go on, boys! Riot to your heart's content!
I'll cut through. And so we dance. Nice. Need the strength.
I'm not the only bad guy here.
What? We give up. Have mercy. That guy made us do it.
And clear, 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 and clear. Easy.
Thank you. Looks like I won't be robbed this time.
Wait, what are the items on this map that
Thank you ever so much for helping us.
that
I don't know
are
what would have happened
collectible?
if it weren't for you.
The name of this chapter is Retribution. Can it show what's in the boxes, please? There is a Evasion Ring, Secret Book, Silver Bow, and Talisman. Soft resetting. Stat boosting items? No, we can't get that up. I am not powerful enough. And so we need it. We need 4 chest keys. Either that or we need Ash on the map. Although the chest keys is more versatile. This time, I won't give everybody these door keys. I will give them chest
Is that
keys.
the one? Thanks a bunch. Is that the one? Thanks a bunch.
I really should have bought the master keys.
Is that the one? Thanks a bunch. Is that the one? Thanks a bunch. Come back.
There we go. Let's try that again. Out of
Ready when you
curiosity.
are.
They don't say anything. Unless you start the whole thing?
Sunshine.
Okay, let's just blow the guy up.
Oh,
Professor.
Oh. Also for rewards, if all the villages are saved, we get the Ocane shield, or however it's pronounced.
I'll cut through.
Which is good. You do want that.
Need to pull my weight.
What?
Thank you ever so much for helping us. I don't know what...
35 protection, they have 43 attack. 35 attack speed.
Let's make this quick.
Ready for anything.
Shall we?
I'm gonna stride here. Get everybody here moving. Specifically Bylon.
What's my strategy?
I am prepared.
You know what? I'll send a do over here as well, since he can handle all these guys. Disturbance, though.
I'm your girl.
Leave it to me.
At your service. So helpful.
With 38 attack speed, she doubles him. Perfect. Move you over here. Oh, he's going for the both of them. Yeah, we're gonna have to restore that.
Too slow.
Goodbye. He's going to be having a fun time, isn't he? You need to walk one more space in order to enter the thingy. Alright. Do this gambit. Assist, restore. So we need to do to run over here. Yeah, he's one space away. Needs, so let's see, so he can move there currently. So from here he has 6 movement. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'd be perfect. Okay. Move you here, punch him in the face.
Well met.
Agni's arrow. 1 HP. Loadable.
Ready when you are.
This situation
So
is
it's
dire.
unless we have a 100% chance, we miss. That's fun.
Ready when you are.
I'm your girl.
Gonna have to mess with the RNG. I'm willing to do that. As long as you don't get them below half. We can only get him to that point.
Shall we?
Okay. Okay, there's our guaranteed miss. Now that that is resolved, better.
I appreciate it.
Saw it coming.
Goodness. Oh, fan-fucking-tastic. Guess who has pass? That guy right there. He has pass.
So this is my punishment.
Okay, that doesn't work. So we need some kind of different strategy? I guess we could try bolting them from across the map, but then we have to get Constance over there. Okay. Let's find out. How many spaces of movement does Violet need? He needs one more unit of movement. We could use that one unit of
What's my
movement
strategy?
to make sure he reaches that space next turn. So, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Sunshine.
She has 2 bolt-ins.
I'll cut through.
Can we kill? Wow. You have got to be fucking kidding me.
I'm your girl.
Trade. There we go. Gotta love how that thing works. Never mind. It's false advertising. Oh, because they didn't move. I'm just a dumbass. Got it. There. That location is saved.
We owe you our lives. We're saved. Saved, I say.
At your service.
Ready for anything.
Let's make this quick. Shall we?
I am prepared.
Leave it to me.
Gonna have to do it.
Ready when you are.
Nice. Got the luck on my side.
So this is...
Never mind. I never have luck on my side.
I am prepared.
Ready when you are. The situation is dire.
Let's make this quick.
Leave
So
it to me.
literally, if I stay in this bush, then I'm good. All right. Yeah. Once you beat that last rogue, you can start playing defensively.
Sunshine.
Ready for anything.
Ready when you are.
At your service. Shall we?
What's
Either
my
way.
strategy?
Flip that, and we wait.
I get to live another day, and it's all because you came to the rescue.
Here we go.
I think that's all of them. I'm so glad we were able to help everyone.
Now we get our special shield.
I'm your girl.
I'll cut through.
Here, you can have that chest key. Get us the item inside. Let's give you some healing. Better than dancing at the moment.
Pointless.
Uh-huh.
Watch it look.
Somebody needs some healing. Ooh. Banshee. Reduced movement. Can we rescue him? I think we can. Get over here. Don't need you dying at the moment. Let's give him a 1-2 punch. Not good.
This is no time to stand idle.
Go to the box.
I must pull through.
Let's see. 70 HP, that's a lot.
What?
Okay, yeah, let's wait here. In addition, we do need to send one person over to the left to intercept the Wyvern Rider that is trying to annoy the shit out of my group.
Nice form.
Oh, he has a silver sword, so we don't want to get right up into his range, if we can help it. We have to deal with you, though. He is a very good deterrent. Now we're once again riding on a 30% chance.
Wait,
Okay,
that's
got
it?
magic. That's good. I'll send her down in that direction. Yeah, he's trying to get to our 2 weak units.
Pointless. Too easy.
Hello. No mercy. Not for you. I'll move you this way. That way they come towards our units that we want.
I could learn from that.
He has one of the chest keys. Can't kill that guy in one hit. Alright. That solves that problem. Okay. He's moving where I want now.
Too easy.
Anyway, I need some HP. Mind giving me some? One talisman. Use that as a lure. You can grab that chest. The 2 stat boosting items. Silver bow. Well, we can use her to rescue if we need it. We don't need it at the moment, I don't think. It'd be good to use it on Violet. That was Banshee, wasn't it? So instigating one person sets the entire army on you at the same exact time.
What's my strategy?
Here, give me the last bit of HP. You don't need it anyway.
The situation is dire.
We didn't switch her to Nosferatu. That means she's going to die in this case. Now we have to roll that back.
At your service.
Actually, we might be able to get
Sunshine.
everybody completely out of range. Ooh. Very nice.
I'm your girl.
Leave it to me.
I'll cut through.
I am prepared.
Shall we?
Hello, additional units. Oh. I shouldn't keep him there very long. That is unlucky as hell. Gonna use disturbance. Move you over here. So if that lands, he dies. Fun.
What's my strategy?
Love do or die situations.
Let's make this quick.
Nosferatu is not instant death in this case. We need to slowly figure out how to survive this onslaught. I think luring them in and then having Byleth finish most, if not all of them off, is the way to go. Move from here. He can rush in, use a gambit.
Ready for anything.
Refuse to elaborate further.
Nice try.
Nice.
Boring.
Just runs away. Whoa. 4 enemies in a row? Four enemies in a row means you all get stunned. You fool.
I must continue my training.
Now, because of that, can we kill? Exact damage. Favorite. Alright, you two are trading items for a second. Actually, let's rally.
So helpful.
He has the staff, we just don't have it equipped. There we go. Now you can die. believe we'll just do a smash. Never mind, a spike. Let's see. You already have your thing. I'll send you over here so you can kill the Swordmaster when we're ready. Yeah, I can tell like that they're doing exactly what I expect. Going right for these two.
Don't let your guard down.
Situation's looking pretty good to me. The only issue being the top left corner. We need that that box opened. Who did I give the final key to? Violet has it. How fitting. My God.
I'll keep moving forward.
Bring you back over here so we can heal you. You not having HP is a problem.
I am prepared.
Hello there. We are on our way. You hold very still. I think she'll be able to survive one round with that guy. Yeah, she'll be fine. level 55. Nice.
Strength never betrays.
Forgot to give her back her thingy. Why? Anyway, I'm gonna open the box. Invasion ring.
What do you want? You better not stand in our way. And after I went to all the trouble of killing that noble and stealing his treasure.
Rip.
Father, no! So we were too late after
Oh, I forgot
all.
Ingrid over there in the corner. Alright, combat arts, that. Not enough to kill.
If we cause enough chaos, we can do whatever we want!
Saw it coming.
That's unfortunate. Should still be able to land the blow though. Hurry. Heal him. Much better. Really? They're still spawning? Oh, he did it again. Cheeky bastard. Go down.
My ambition unfulfilled.
We yield! Yield! We were just following orders. It's not like we love a good riot, really!
Finishing touch. Lance of Zoltan. Yes. Crest of Keyhole restores HP each turn and negates critical hits. Good for any unit who doesn't want to be nailed by crits.
Ferdinand. Hey.
Yes?
I don't know what to say. About your father, I mean.
No, it is all right. Some part of me was expecting this. I do not know what happened in Harem territory, but I am sure he got what he deserved. You knew more about it, you said? Maybe you can tell me everything later.
I can tell you what I know.
Please do.
You know about the Harem Rebellion, right?
Of course. The rebellion started when Emperor Ionius IX tried to consolidate power. The Harem family tried to split off from the Empire and join the Alliance. Working with House Ordelia, they raised an insurrection. The Empire suppressed it. And then a puppet leader was installed in the Harem territory. House Ire was tasked with handling the actual governance of the region. Seeing this, the nobles feared that the Empire would assume total control. That's when the 6 great noble families chose to wrest power from Ionius IX.
That's right. The Insurrection of the Seven. I've always wondered why it was called Seven when there were only 6 noble families.
It was the 6 great noble families, plus Hrim.
How vexing. Either way, events unfolded shortly thereafter. Are you aware of how Duke Ire was ruling the Harem territory? He imposed harsh taxes upon the people, much harsher than on his own, making their lives very challenging. People fled their homes in droves to the neighboring Ordelia territory, but they were sent back from where they came. The Empire was occupying Ordelia territory as well, as it turned out. Issues were further complicated when Duke Ire fell from power. Ire was dismissed from his position, only to be replaced by Lord Arundel.
Edelgard's uncle, who used to be the regent of the Empire.
Correct. And he imposed even heavier taxes on the people, squeezing them painfully dry. The people were conscripted for duty. Any who opposed were killed on the spot. Lord Arundel did this in the name of Duke Ire.
What?
Your father was by no means a great ruler, but it was Lord Arundel who stoked the fury of the people and directed that fury at your father. Duke Ire is not perfect, but he's not the villain in this.
Arundel.
Thank you for telling me all
The
of
whole
this.
time.
I am embarrassed to say I had no idea. I see now that it was not his fault, but he did go along the wrong path and place a burden on his people. He can no longer atone for what he did, so I will have to. I need to go think about what I will do after the war, how I will make up for my father's mistakes.
Nothing helps deep thought like sweets. Sweets. They help you think. Perhaps you should find some for us.
I see. If I find some, I will be sure to let you know.
Alright. We only have one more paralogue. We can do it next month. Battle in the Forest. Collect some more trade secrets. I'm not sure if this is the last month where we can collect them or not. Depends if the last chapters are back-to-back or not. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. But we'll also find out when we have to handle the giving of the ring. So probably not this chapter. It'll be... or not this month. It'll be next month. Trade secrets on that guy and that guy. 2 heavy boys. And a resistance item. Oops. What I meant to do was... that. In addition, we got the anti-crit shield. But I don't really know who to give it to. I guess maybe Sylvain. I'd give it to somebody on the front line. The dude already has the Aegis shield, which gives him 6 protection, 3 resilience, and occasionally having damage because we have the thing here. Like, we're set on most people. Hilda doesn't have it. Okay. She doesn't have an item. Guess we'll give it to her. It'd either be that or the Aurora shield. This weighs 0 though. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't really find a space to put it. Aside from maybe giving it to Dedue. But even then, he doesn't really need it. Let's repair some items. And the battalions. We did take a lot of damage there. Actually, I don't think anything needs to be repaired.
Come back.
And all that range is from him.
I'd be honored.
Nice. Well, since she has the Aurora Shield,
Shall
she's
we?
not really weak to him anymore.
I'll cut through.
Sally forth.
That's gonna zap you. My field.
I'm your girl.
Leave it to me.
I am prepared.
What's my strategy?
At your service.
Ready when you are.
I'll be taking that.
Nice form.
There we go. 10 out of 10 miss. Absolutely beautiful. Fatality. No crits.
Nice try.
Stealing is fun. Eh. That one image of the
I fight for one.
knight with the arrow just slammed right into the slit of his helmet comes to mind. The perfect shot.
Pointless.
Alright, now do it again to the flyer here. I could roll it back, but I don't feel like it.
Looking good. At your service. I'm your girl. I'm your girl. Sally forth.
Leave it to me.
I'd be honored.
There we go.
You make me feel safe.
Crits make nothing matter.
I'll try.
I'll cut through.
Shall we?
Combat Arts Helm Splitter Steel Axe, only 49 damage.
I am prepared.
What's my strategy?
At your service.
Only one KO from a level. I'll be able to get it with this guy right here. Got it. Oh, 42. Still going on with
I
strength.
still have a long way to go.
What we like to see.
Ready when you are.
I'll get her that next level. Level 45. Magic.
I shall never.
Alright. That's the 3 missions for the week. Yeah, Hilda got A rank in her battalion stuff, which means she doesn't need anything else, right?
Professor.
I don't care. You have everything you could possibly need, aside from absolutely superb stats without the stat boosting drugs.
Good results.
Seems simple enough.
Can I use this?
I'd never.
Age is. I'm looking sharp.
Element can get Meteor as well. Interesting.
Appreciate it.
Alright, Black Pearl and Talisman got. So... like, honestly, I feel like it's worth keeping the pattern up so we can continue getting these stat boosting items.
What do you require? Farewell.
But you can feel the end looming on the horizon.
Is this it? There you go. Come back anytime. Hello there.
This one,
The end of this game
I think. Return
can be
soon,
exemplified by that one gif of like that truck that's about to crash to the pole, and it keeps cutting to new angles, but it never ever actually crashes.
Let's put this to the
Professor.
Fastest 2 weeks we've had in a while.
It is done.
Making.
I feel like we won't finish this game tonight,
Now to keep polishing.
but we'll
Always
be
something.
I'm almost
one
tired.
stream away from the finale. No, bandits on Brionac Plateau. Yeah. This route has a lot of chapters. What do you have? Silver gauntlets, nothing special. You have a bullion. This map doesn't have stat boosting drugs. They both have 38 strength. Alright. Give you the Rocky Burdock we got. As for the resistance thing, let's give it to Annette so she can take a little bit less damage countering mage users. As for magic, I've decided we're gonna do what we did last time and feed everything to Constance to make it so she can just blow up everything with bolting. I have made the decision. There we go, 67 magic. Not as good as the other one. I think we had over 70 in that game. But, 67 is still good enough to one-shot most things in the game, I think. As for Dex, he has 53. And I believe we have enough to bump him up to 56, which is the next milestone. There we go. That would be 14%. He has a 14% chance to kill anything with lethality. Which the odds sound good, but they don't trigger enough for some reason. Almost like it's rigged. But no, Fire Emblem would never rig anything against you. Right? Let's see, we do have 2 more resistance items. I say we give them to do again. Protection, his resilience is now not super shabby, as it was before.
Well, come back.
I'll cut through.
I'd be honored.
I am going to shoot. Hit them right in the face. Pew pew.
I'm your girl.
I am prepared.
Ready when you are.
At your service.
Leave it to me.
I'll leave you guys there to handle them.
Sally forth!
I'm gonna remove you from existence. I'll need your vantage negativity.
Shall we?
What's my strategy?
Not bad. Well, make him calm down.
Remember this service.
Zap. I was hoping you'd get a crit. Can't win them all, I guess. Ah, goodness.
Seems...
Shall we?
Okay. Increasing chances. Got him.
I'd be honored.
At your service.
See?
Leave it to me.
I'm your girl.
I'll cut through.
These guys are hitting 43% chances.
Next try.
Really?
I'll
What
see
the
you
hell?
soon.
What the actual hell?
Ready when you are.
Alright, slightly different strat then.
Shall we? At your service.
This...
I'd be honored.
Leave it to me.
I'm your girl.
I'll cut through.
Pointless. Predictable.
dying that last round was completely nonsensical. Should not have happened.
I am prepared.
What's my strategy?
Almost. Here, feel free to run away even farther. Nice.
Great work.
All right.
Sally forth!
Should we try it now? Let's try it now. The Silver Maiden. Arianrod, the fortress city, lies on what was once the border between the kingdom and the empire, and is a valuable strategic asset. Dimitri intends to reclaim it. So what's going to be the complication here?
Thank you. You may leave now.
Capture both of them within a few days. No one will ever suspect it. Did something happen?
Not really. There is just a problem I must now clean up. Do you know of Arianrod? It is a fortress that also goes by the name of the Silver Maiden.
I've heard of it.
Yes, I had thought I might have mentioned it before. It is a fortress city that is lauded as the strongest in the kingdom. The land around Arianrod was once entrusted to Count Ro. When he turned to the Empire, the Silver Maiden went with him. Now, one after another, the lords of each region are leaving the Empire at the call of the Eastern Lords. But I am sure the Empire has no plans to relinquish the fortress city, given its strategic position on the front lines of their war with the kingdom. Unless we can take back Arianrod, the kingdom will continually be attacked at its weakest points. I was thinking that we need to deal with it soon, and that we need to investigate the status of the enemy's force, but...
Is there a problem?
I'm afraid so. We confirmed the troops departed the Imperial capital, headed for Arianrod. If they are followed by a second and third batch of reinforcements, then the difficulty of taking back Arianrod will increase exponentially. But that does not mean we are entirely without recourse. I am just at a loss as to when the soldiers will arrive.
Let's go.
Right away. You never cease to amaze. Your answers always bring me joy. Okay, let's gather everyone immediately. We'll begin the war council for the departing troops.
Brand new paralog. I think it's the highest level paralog too. I could be wrong about that. I don't know what the Verdant Wind ones were. look at our map. Oh, hey Hubert, how's it going? What of the objectives? It's just defeat the enemy commander or Byleth and Dimitri fall. So, conditions, not too bad. If I recall correctly, there's, yeah, floor traps. Heavily impedes movement as well as causes damage. Oh. So we have two casters on opposite ends of the field that both have 10 range magic. Also prepare this just in case. We probably won't need his silver, but we have the option.
Thanks a bunch.
Come back.
As for units, it's 11 units, so we can... I'd say we keep constant. I like having instant death on 4 enemies on the map at the least. Let's see, this is... Why does she have the incorrect thing? Is she supposed to have that? Or that? Yeah, they have the... They need to trade those. They have the wrong one. Go trade. Yeah, now occasionally halves damage. But she needs the other one that will sometimes prevent the use of black magic. These conserve the use of attack magic. Crest of Noah. Was that hers? Okay, so not this one. Has to be anyone but the Bloom Dragon sign. Do I not have it? I know I had it before. Oh, here it is. Crest of Dominic. Conserves uses of attack magic. There we go. I was wondering why we weren't saving as many boltings. And now we should be good. I did check this. Yeah, I did.
Come back.
Also, there is one chest on the map. I might as well take it. So we'll give Sylvain a chest key. We'll just run back and forth.
Come back.
Actually, map. Yeah. We'll have him use 2 turns. He'll go up and grab it. But because it's defeat the enemy commander, let's go up and around. Take care of all the enemies systematically, and then get back to him. Unless there's some weird thing, like he constantly sends in reinforcements for a literal eternity. Let's go.
It seems we are just in time. Any later and Aryan Road may have been lost. Her Majesty was right to send me here.
Hubert. So, you have come here in command of extra troops from the Imperial capital. I had hoped to take the fort while it was poorly defended, but now... well, there is nothing to be done. We must defeat him, and then take Aryan Road. Traps have been set throughout Aryan Road to repel invaders who make it inside. If I remember correctly, There should be devices somewhere that let you deactivate the traps. However, Aryan Road has been in Imperial hands for a while now. They may have changed how things work. But there's no point in dawdling. Let's just make a point to disable any devices we come across.
What could possibly change about the devices?
I'd be honored.
At your service.
So anyway,
Sunshine.
wait a minute. Every single one of them has bolting? What the fuck? That is nuts. Okay, let's see you hit him with your boltings then. Yep, 0% chance.
Ready when you are.
Nice. Magic divide by 4. That's a pretty good range of 9 spaces.
I am prepared.
Pathetic.
Next try.
Shall we?
Hammer time. All these guys have tomahawks.
What's the plan?
Definitely don't want to make things easy for me.
What's my strategy?
Fine with that, though. You have 45 attack speed.
I'm your girl.
Leave it to me.
Obvious.
Reinforcements.
Surprise reinforcements. We must defeat them.
Weak.
Oh, right on the floor traps.
Too easy.
Even I have bad days.
They all have 4 uses, don't they? They all have 4 uses. We may want to use Byleth instead. That's potentially not good. Ooh, somebody's in range. But then he gets in range of every single one, every other one. They probably should have used Violet from the start with the to counter the bolting spam.
Saw it coming.
Nice.
With this strength, I can protect them all.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll just plan you here. You could take a hit. Potentially. You may take no damage. Alright, what's in the box? Umbral Steel. 1. Okay, first bolting target, you die. You don't need that.
Is that it?
It's a disaster waiting to happen. They're all attacking Felix because they're too scared. Scared of Violet. What does this button do?
No luck, buddy. All the city's defenses are under my control.
So, the system has been modified. The person operating the traps must be elsewhere.
They'll have a slight chance to hit. Hopefully he doesn't get hit. Hopefully. Is that range? Nope, that's Bow Knight range. Bow Knights are scary. He still has 4 uses of the boltings remaining. So if we have all 4 uses, let's just get rid of this guy. Alright. That was the highest percentage chance. Here, move the reinforcements. Okay.
I'm stronger than before.
That should take care of the traps.
So all the traps are now off, giving them a lot more movement. Oh, I I can abuse the fact that he has one less movement. This one actually decided that attacking Violet is a smart idea. Which isn't good. Okay, now Violet is in range. Alright, tactical retreat is complete. Who didn't move? Oh, Dedue. He doesn't have the resistance to deal with that. So since the traps are disabled, they're all just coming after us, huh? All at once. They've given up. They're sacrificing their lives.
Pointless.
I have an idea.
I sense it.
Yeah, that space is fine. Move you here. Move you here. Have you kill this person. Let's plant you here. Dang, too strong. Put you here. We'll dance, all of you.
Thank you.
Hilda was not in the right position.
Shall we?
Damn depth perception.
At your service.
Leave it to me.
I'd be honored.
Ready when you are.
One space short. Okay.
I'm your girl.
You saved me.
From here, Gambit Stride. You kill that one.
Too slow.
What's the plan?
You rush over here, kill that one. There we go. No more bolting guys on the north end of the map.
Sunshine.
You could simply assist, rescue him. Because he is very fast. Yeah, that's a low chance. You can risk that.
What's my strategy?
I'll cut through. That's a load of bullshit.
What's my strategy?
I'll cut through.
Sunshine.
I am prepared.
More horse force reinforcements. Horses are bad.
Nice try. Too slow.
Too slow.
Leave it to me.
We'll pull them all over here. That seems like the way to go.
I'm your girl.
I'd be honored.
Can't risk you being in range. Kill this guy.
At your service. Shall we?
Y'all really want a piece of him, huh? How much speed do they have? 40. Ouch.
What's the plan?
Oh, 1 HP. Well, only one of them can attack him. Yeah, it's a low chance. I'm definitely not a fan of the chance of him dying, though. I think we're just gonna have to make an attempt. Sending you up here is a bad idea. Don't know how this will work. Of course he landed both of them. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Saw it coming.
1 HP. Damn, that was close. Cutting it as close as I possibly can. As for all these horses, need to deal with them somehow. The failed gem makes her immune to attack effectiveness and critical hits. Moving him was once again a bad idea. He does have his gambit, doesn't he? It is just that high. Let's make sure we have Nosferatu equipped first. And we'll equip this as well, just so we have maximum range. Slide you further in. Looking pretty good right now. Hopefully I don't eat those words again. That advance seal is under heavy lockdown, isn't it?
I suppose you thought defeating the troops outside the castle first would demoralize the ones within. Not such a bad idea, honestly. But you failed to account for me.
Oh, he brought more troops? Or is he going to start moving? Because what it looks like, he's not going to start moving. obviously not a big deal if we don't get that advance seal, but I want to get it.
I don't know what happened.
It is there, so I must get it. That's gonna hurt. Unless... Oh, he's out of range. Unless nothing. Why is Lysithea here? Oh, because you don't have room for other guys? Or I forgot to do the adjutants? Yeah, that's probably it. Forgot to do the adjutants.
Leave it to me.
Oh. Yep. He is, he's just gonna keep sending those after us, isn't he? We just need to let him blow his meteor. And then we could properly defend ourselves here.
Just be careful.
What's the plan?
Aryan Road is a crucial asset to the Empire. You will not pry it from our grasp.
Well, we blew one chance to kill Felix from that distance.
Nice try.
Is he gonna start running since he doesn't have a long-ranged option anymore? Nope, he's just gonna keep chilling. Sure, works for me. I like this music.
I could learn from that.
Let's do a waning shot. Get the lethality. As intended. That. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that'll do. Hey, level 43. Strength, defense. And everybody gets HP. I mean, they're definitely trying.
This situation is dire.
Grid level 43. Speed, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Good. We've cut them off from their reinforcements.
Let's see, can we just deal some damage? So Demetra can grab the kill. And we'll start sending our remaining units over towards Hubert. Well, looks like you ran out of reinforcements.
Thanks.
Oh no, he didn't. It's just on the delay now. Hey Hubert, are you scared yet? You should be.
Ready when you are.
Alright, can you attack without dying? Yes.
First Gronder Field and now here. You certainly have a talent for getting in our way.
Yes.
That's as far as I go. I'll withdraw. For now.
Level 44. That paralog wasn't too bad. Those bolting users at the top of the map, though.
This is it. We failed to get Hubert, but at least we have recaptured Arya Road. Let's clean up the wreckage and return to Garrick Mach. Well done, everyone. The day is ours.
Yeah, 5 Bolton users all just gathered around. A new battalion, Blue Lion something. Ooh. A shame.
Oh, it's you.
A rare sight.
I think all of this work is just catching up with me. Just pretend that yawn never happened. By the way, I wanted to thank you for your help with the Aryan Road campaign the other day. You were exceptional. Your leadership was key in taking back Aryan Road safely.
We all contributed.
Indeed, everyone gave their all for victory. I am always being saved by those around me, it seems. It seems that after taking back Aryan Road, many things are changing within the kingdom. Specifically, the lesser lords of the lands surrounding Aryan Road have pledged vassalage to the kingdom. The knights they possess may now be added to the kingdom's army. And if that happens, I would like to leave them in your capable hands. Also, my apologies. Here I am, simply throwing one report after another at you.
Aren't you overdoing it?
Perhaps. It is certainly true that I have been stuck in my quarters lately, dealing with more official business and other such tasks than ever before. But that is something I have been putting off for far too long. Though it is exhausting, filling in the blanks of 5 years and several months must be done. I am going to tackle them all, one at a time. That is one small part of my atonement. So, Professor, I have been doing all of the talking, but I assume you came here for a reason.
I intend to steal you away to the victory celebration.
Steal me away? That seems rather unnecessary. A victory celebration, you say? You know, this reminds me of that time I dragged you to the dining hall. Do you recall?
When was that?
It was after the mock battle between the houses. That was 5 years ago, so I suppose it is only natural that you have forgotten. We had just finished our mission, and we were invited to join in the celebration. You know, every once in a while, I do long to be part of the group as well. But do you think that it is really acceptable for someone like me to quietly join in the merriment?
Everyone's waiting for you.
You really think so? Well, if you insist. Thank you, Professor. Now then, let's go. Together.
Together. And nothing came of that. Today was the day of the goddess's rite of rebirth. Make sure no one's carrying any useless items that they should not be carrying.
Is that the one? Is that the one? Is that the one? Is that the one?
So you can get tons of money from just dismissing garbage battalions.
Is that the one? Is that
That's
the
quite a
one?
bit of money,
Is that
and
the
this is
one?
incredibly
Is
annoying.
that the one? Is that the one? Is that the one? Is that the one?
Anyway, hire. So does this mean we can get that special one? I'm guessing it's the Blue Lion Knights.
Is that the one?
One-use linked horses. Not that good. At least I don't think so. Do we already have Blue Lion Knights? It's an A-Ring battalion, so... Yeah, we already have one use of Blue Lion Knights. Though that thing is just, like, almost useless. It's not worth anything. Why would you do it? Aside from the EXP.
What's my strategy? Watch and learn.
I'm your girl.
I'll cut through.
Leave it to me.
Ready when you are.
I am prepared.
Punching. Yeah, punching.
Sunshine. I'd be honored.
Shall we?
It happens.
At your service.
Well, that'll do it. Man. He just got blasted. His thing is almost dead already. Pretty lucky.
A step forward.
Strength is good.
Remind.
Not a huge fan of you being there. Go away. Just have her. Nope. Ooh. Game. Game's testing me. Nope, we want her to get the kill.
I'm your girl.
Ready when you are.
Leave it to me.
Damn.
I'd be honored.
Can we get the kill? We can.
I am prepared.
At your service.
sunshine.
Shall we?
What's my strategy?
Nice try.
I'll cut through.
Nosferatu. Look at all that 0 damage. Only 2 of them can hit her for 18 damage, so she will live no matter what. But they both miss, so it doesn't matter.
Not so fast!
There we go. Level 42. Nothing.
Too slow.
I'm burning you to the ground.
I'm on it.
We actually got lethality on the Gambit.
I'm impressed.
Nope, no lethality. And end of the month. Mission time. Trying to take back Fort Merceus and beat up Death Knight again. He asked for it. He always asks for it. Except for the Edelgard route. He just needs tender love and care to get his sanity back very, very slowly. That's a rep. Any badly damaged weapons. Alright, mission. Taking Fort Merceus. After saving the embattled alliance, you march south to Empire territory. Fort Merceus, said to be impregnable, stands between you and Enbar, the imperial capital. Is it going to get nuked from orbit without Dallas
The
being
Kingdom
alive?
Army crosses the Great Bridge of Murden a second time, moving south through Gronder Field. However, in order to reach Enbar, they must first seize the impregnable Fort Merceus.
Who needs strategy when you have brute force? That's what Dimitri says.
Fort Merceus. Said to rival Arianrod, the Silver Maiden. Perhaps a head-on siege was a foolish plan after all.
No, you're right that it's the only way. I don't think the Death Knight would have fallen for any tricks. Even if they are denied supplies, they could hold a fortress like this for months. And we cannot discount the possibility that they will receive more reinforcements if our siege is delayed.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. And we have no option but to do the best we can. Say, Professor, in the past, it seemed like the Death Knight took some strange satisfaction from his fights with you. He's an unpredictable opponent, a dangerous one. Please proceed with caution.
Will you save me if I'm in trouble?
Of course. You were the heart of the Blue Lions, and the same holds true for the Kingdom Army. Mercedes.
So, the Death Knight really is inside that fortress. Dear Emile.
I want you to know that no one is forcing you to battle with us at the front lines. I support whatever you decide.
Please stop. We can't have you saying that. You and I are the same after all. We both have to fight our family for the good of the world. And since that's the way it is, I couldn't live with myself if I was the only one running away from this battle. I will bring Emile back to his senses. I must. I'm his big sister after all.
Understood. Stay safe out there, Mercedes.
That man approaches.
Report! The main gate has been breached.
You are finally here. Will Death's scythe claim you? Or will I fall to that sword of yours? And Mercedes, here you are as well.
An extra line of dialogue. Let's see if we can have Mercedes head up to the Death Knight. I want to see if there's anything. Any dialogue. There might be something. Oh, we're starting from this side. And they have new monsters. Let's see, we have 2 chests on this side of the map. As for units, we're using 10. Marketplace, items. I'll buy one chest key for you.
Thanks a bunch.
And our other flyer, Hilda, I'll buy one for you as well.
Is that the one? Thanks a bunch.
Come back. Come back.
Don't you dare save over my old save files. Those are special to me. I want to see all 4 of the colors when we're done. Or else, how will I have a sense of pride and accomplishment? Are there no enemies with items on this map? Huh. There are a few that just hold perfectly still, so more than likely they'll get constant reinforcements until this guy is killed and this guy is killed. That's my guess. Let's scoot you that way. Put you there. Let's go. Fight. Begin the battle.
They broke through the main gate. Trample them. All save that man.
Even though we smashed the main gate, Fort Merceus is still an ironclad fortress. And the enemy commander is the Death Knight. We must not falter in our assault. I now see why they call this keep impregnable. Everywhere you turn is defensive weaponry. We must capture all of those locations as we push forward. If even one of them takes a shot at you, we will be in trouble.
Ready when you are.
Boop.
Sunshine.
Not in bolting range.
I am prepared.
I don't believe these guys can go downstairs. Let's see. I don't know. I think we need to send a flyer out that way to get the last guy off that turret. You have 30 attack speed. He only has 32 with this training, though. That's not enough. So yeah, a bolting is our best bet.
At your service.
Hopefully no surprise shenanigans.
What's my strategy?
Swords, you say?
I'll cut through.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, we'll lure him out, and then we can just pick away at his 4 points with Ash.
I'm
And
your
Annette.
girl.
I'd be honored.
Shall we?
Fools. Push forward and surround them.
Watch and learn.
Too bad they're the fool. They're being lured right into my trap. barely even call it a trap.
I won't falter.
Let's see, we do have Night Kneeler, but I don't think we can kill him in one hit. So we'll just have to go with the Javelin Toss. Oh, he has a tomahawk. Didn't account for that. He can take one of those blows for the sake of dealing with these enemies.
Imagine being defeated by me.
What's next? You saved me.
We should be able to double him. If not, we wasted that turn. Yeah, good.
Can't afford to lose.
I'll lure out the... Oh, there is a guy with an item.
Next try.
Ooh, he has a brave axe. Heavens.
I can do no less.
Hopefully the other soldier
My
can't reach
duty
her.
is your death.
I think we're good. Yep, we're good. Now we can just pick away at his weak points. For this, perfect damage.
Only I shall know how you died here.
Hopefully there won't be anybody hopping on that,
Certainly.
but yeah. Oh, he can't hop on it. So unless enemies are already supplanted on those things, they can't use them.
I earned this.
That feels like a design flaw.
I will break you! I'll cut a path for His Highness.
Great work.
Can't afford to slack off.
Here you go, have some healing. Go get that box. That guy's just a healer with Fortify. There's no way we can let him stay alive. Yeah, you got here close to the beginning of the attack on the Capitol. I called a redundant phone call for family members that took forever to work out. I know the feeling.
I must pull through.
I had one of those earlier. I just turned off my mic.
Worrisome. They have a leader capable of summoning reinforcements. If we find and strike down that person, we can prevent further interruptions.
Appreciate it.
They're all lined up nice and neatly for me.
We must destroy you now.
And you. Whoops. You live for one more turn. Curiosity, how do we handle this? Yeah. Here's what we'll do. Assist, ward. Provide big heal.
What's my strategy?
And put you in both of their attacking ranges. Looks good to me.
All in his service! More proof of my loyalty.
Oh, we got an axe.
Sorry, but it's you or me.
Poke his eye out. You have many eyes to target. Oh, we can only assist. Dang. Lethality mattered.
It's my duty.
The real question is, how many reinforcements will they summon?
All is going to plan. Here is something to believe in. It won't be in vain.
Bad. Bad healer.
I shall not stray.
He's gonna try to blaze it. Goodbye.
My joke of a life drags on.
So this is still outside of his attack range. I love it. Oh! Dowdy. Nice.
I'll keep moving forward.
I like how he just somehow made Ash decent with his garbage strength. Heavily RNG dependent, but it's hilarious that it works.
Hate me if you must.
Okay, I don't want to lure him out yet. Good. The reinforcements aren't going to give us any trouble, I don't think. All we have to do is stay alive.
Let's go.
Wow, McDowdy. Get it? Aw. Almost. Miracle bad.
I'm sorry.
So what exactly is that attack range? It's that punchy boy.
Let's see you dodge this! I won't be deterred!
W.
It is done. Only the strong succeed.
I can always depend on you.
I'll just sit here. We'll give him a chance. Even though he basically has no chance.
I'll end this quickly.
My duty is your death.
Now that most of their big guns are down, Guess we should start pushing in, huh?
Fighting wears me out.
Let's kill that right side guy. One more space is needed. Can do. Goodbye.
They were sure to perish.
We'll plant him here. He still has 2 more of those boltings. Not fully healed? No, he's missing 1 HP. There we go, that's better.
This is our chance.
Oh, that's not good. At least no one's close enough to really punish me for that.
Time to strategize.
Meteor! I did not account for that. Ooh. So we have ballistas and meteor users. That is brutal. Oh yeah, we have this. I forgot about that. But we only have the Brave Axe to use it with, so it's not really worth it.
Luck wasn't with you.
Sorry, but it's you or me.
Well, you are a stationary unit. So I dare you to use that again on Violet. Fucking do it.
All is going to plan.
It is done. Onward.
Maybe I'll move her next turn, I don't know. But after that surprise, I don't think we're in any real danger. Unless I misinput something.
It won't be in vain.
Here we go, right side is clear. The range is just shy of the ballistas.
Imagine being defeated by me.
I will break the will!
Had to be done.
You make me feel safe.
And now Byleth is willing to take another meteor to the face. Eventually. I didn't note that range down. Odds of hitting are actually decently high. He has a lot of hit. Let's see if I misplaced Violet here. It's looking like I misplaced Violet because he got nailed by that 30%. Oh, okay. Got it, that works. Back bolting. There, no more ballista.
Only I shall know how you died here.
And now I'll dance so you can run away. All that remains is explosions. So maybe we should move her outside of that attack range. Come with me. Really now.
In the name of justice! I'm still here.
Cool.
Nice form.
Thank you, Crescent of Karen.
I had to protect my friends.
So what does this look like? 34 damage attacking him?
Another victory.
Maybe I should have slid into range of the meteor user.
The situation is dire.
Oh yeah, she doesn't have the other key. Oops. Hilda has it.
My duty is your death.
We're only on turn 10. Let's see what happens. 2% crit. Didn't hit though.
It won't be in vain.
You are decently strong.
Another victory.
Your attack speed is 12, okay. You should be able to take one hit from you, I think? Wait. 68? He's 2 HP short of surviving that, okay. We can rescue him. Doesn't mean shit if that
The
happens.
situation is dire.
At your service. I'm your girl.
I am prepared.
Shall we?
Leave it to me.
I'd be honored.
Sunshine.
Here is something to believe in.
This is fine.
It won't be in vain.
Got most of his HP back.
Predictable.
You want to stay outside of the Death Knight's range, considering what you want to do. You want to make sure Merceus gets a chance to talk with them.
So coming.
Is that it? That's not right.
Ready when you are.
What's my strategy?
Rounder. Got it. Okay. Shoot bow. Get kill.
It was the only way.
I'll cut through.
Can she just one-shot one of these guys? Yeah, she can. Get the kill. Come on. Got him.
Can't afford to slack off.
That guy's strictly a healer. Okay. What the hell is your resilience? 53. Nearly beats Merceus. Damn. What a champ.
Let's keep our guard up.
Shame it doesn't help him in the end. Level 43. No magic, so it doesn't matter. Might as well be an empty level up. That's basically his group's attack range.
I must pull through.
Nice.
You haven't earned my pity.
All in his service! You will regret this!
Well met.
Okay, Hilda, we need you to go that way. In fact, let's just do your rescue. We have 6 of them. Gotta eventually make use of that key. Merceus can handle all the casters over there.
My work's not done.
58 resilience. Do any of them have 58 magic damage? Shoot. Well, she's immune to their boltings, at least. So she'll just waltz in and kill them all. I like this fun little strategy. becomes death incarnate. Coming to ruin your day. An attack speed of 31. So he won't get doubled at least. He'll be able to counterattack actually.
Can't afford to lose.
What's my strategy?
I assume a stray arrow finished it.
Nope. Nope.
I swear it wasn't in vain.
Black Pearl. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we'll be in attack range after this turn. Oh, that's so good.
What's next?
Frozen
Imagine
solid.
being defeated by me.
Hello.
Be at peace.
Oh, he was in attack range. Yeah, I should have figured as much. It was bound to happen.
A tragic end.
So, you are the man responsible for all these reinforcements. Goodbye.
Let's keep our guard up.
Hey, Sir leveled up. 40 strength, nice.
This still isn't good enough.
There will be no further reinforcements from this side. However, the other side is still in action.
If they call in more reinforcements, we'll be in great danger. We must take down the other commander as well. And fast!
How much movement do you have? Fast, you say? I can do fast. Possibly. If we can actually kill this guy.
I need to slow down.
Nice. I thought we were going to be one damage
I
short.
won't falter.
Let's fucking go.
Hate me if you must. Good. Now we should not have to worry about any more reinforcements crashing the party.
Is she your target?
All in his service!
More proof of my loyalty.
The final bolting.
I assume a stray arrow finished it.
We still have one more bolting. It's not over. See, I believe it's just you then. Yep. Ooh, that's unlucky.
You have my support.
It's our chance to prevail.
I will be able to shatter his defense.
This situation is dire.
I sure hope the Death Knight doesn't come out and try to kill us all. What is Constance's rescue range? Pretty sure it should be significantly farther now. Oh yeah, much farther. Bolting the one lone spellcaster in there.
Oh! Only I shall know how you died here.
And it went off. We have more bolting. Come get us, Death Knight. You're running out of soldiers.
I assume a stray arrow finished it.
Let's see you dodge this!
Ready when you are.
Too slow.
I'd be honored.
I can't lose! In the name of justice!
Now we can take a hit.
Guess I have no choice.
Okay, Death Knight, get out of here. You want to play? What's your attack? 67? We can prevent a double. And let's see if he comes out to meet us. Nope. Quit. Dimitri, get over here. You're important. Oh, use the salt tree. Alright, let's check the dialogue.
I came here to get you. Let's return together, Emil.
Leave. The place of your death is not here.
Hey!
Damn right it isn't.
You dare stand between me and my pleasure.
Yes, I dare stand against you, Death Knight.
Death is all that remains.
Saw it coming.
You'll regret this!
I'll cut a path for His Highness.
Alright. You wanted the sword? I'll give you the sword.
You're stronger now. Whether I kill you or you kill me, I'm looking forward to this.
Eat it.
To kill, to die, to know one without the other would be maddening.
There is still room for improvement.
The enemy general has been vanquished. Everyone, move to gain control of the keep. Victory is ours. Raise the banner of the knights. May it soar proudly over the impregnable fortress.
Oh, I have to meet Emil.
Oh, he's not actually dead? Is it actually going to get carpet bombed? Nuked from orbit? Does Edelgard have access to that stuff?
Emil,
Nope, he's actually dying.
I'm so sorry. This is all my fault for leaving you behind when I left House Bartels. I should have gone back for you sooner. I'm sorry for not being a better sister to you.
Merceus.
Please forgive me, Emil.
Mercy, we need to go. Now.
A lot of blood stains on his armor right behind the text box.
Your Highness, Our capture of the fortress is complete.
Now the path to the Imperial capital is finally open to us. Once we have finished cleaning up after the battle, let's have another meeting to discuss our next move.
Aren't you overworking yourself?
Naturally, but it matters not. Consider this. Once this war is over, the mountain of official business on my plate will be even taller. If I can't handle at least this much, how will I...
Pardon the interruption. We've just received a letter from Margrave Gautier.
Very well. I will read it at once. I see. It seems the conflict within Fargus has at last come to an end.
Yes, Your Highness. The Margrave and the other Eastern Lords are at the center of it, and are gathering the kingdom's military forces even now. They intend to join with the Alliance army, and send troops and supplies to the monastery.
What do you know? My old man is really pulling his weight. Did he seem well?
Yes, as well as can be expected. He has taken it upon himself to bring order back to our troubled territory, while His Highness is away.
I am truly in the Margrave's debt. I will be sure to thank him properly at first opportunity. Thank you for the information. Now tell me, did it seem to you that my presence was needed back at the monastery?
Well, I do have a verbal message from the Margrave on the subject.
A verbal message? How strange.
The other day, he arrested one of Viscount Kleiman's men. And, well, the prisoner has claimed involvement in the tragedy of Duskur. He has implicated his lord as well.
Go on.
I was told they would be transporting this man to the monastery, along with the troops and supplies. The Margrave said that regardless of the credibility of the man's testimony, how he should be dealt with was your decision alone, Your Highness.
Very well. All that considered, I will return to the monastery at once.
This smells like a sneaky sabotage.
Thank you.
Part 2. Azure Moon. Verdant Rain Moon. Our chosen paths. The Kingdom Army has captured Fort Merceus. Managing troops from the now stable Western Kingdom and former Alliance territory, the Kingdom Army returns to Garreg Mach to regroup and reorganize its forces.
You basically
With
put the
sufficient
Imperial
might
Army
to
in a
challenge
barrel,
the
capturing
Empire, the Kingdom
Arian
Army
Road
finalizes
and
their plans
Merceus.
to march on
That's kind of,
Enbar, the
it's
Imperial
kind of great.
capital.
The shame that it won't come up in the plot, but yeah. What this?
Ah, there you are. His Highness was looking for you.
Where is he?
He's gone ahead and started interrogating the prisoner, Viscount Kleiman's man. He said he'd like for you and I to be present as well. Will you come with me?
Of course.
I cannot overlook your reckless remarks. Are you really so keen to lose your head?
I only did what I believed was right. I swear to the goddess that I'm not lying. Amidst the turmoil of the tragedy, Lady Patricia was supposed to be the only one who was unharmed. We had been given orders ahead of time to not approach her carriage.
Was Patricia an accomplice?
Of course not. What would my stepmother have had to gain from such a...
Perhaps Lady Patricia would have done anything to return to the Empire, to her husband and daughter.
What exactly are you implying?
For the past few months, I've been spying on lords who defected to the Empire in order to investigate rumors about Lady Patricia. Cornelia's words were true. The two of them, I am afraid they conspired together after all.
Enough of this nonsense. You say she wished to return home? That isn't nearly enough reason to cause such a tragedy.
Yeah, something fishy is going on.
I do not intend to imply that the two of them were solely responsible for the whole affair. They were likely nobles who opposed the king, or potentially someone who wanted to throw the kingdom into chaos. The Empire, and people like Solon and Kranya had their motives too.
So my stepmother joined with them to cause the tragedy. Is that what you believe?
Ultimately, this is just conjecture based on the evidence at hand. I have no idea what their true intentions were.
I see. We will hear what this man has to say. For now.
My lord had long felt that King Lambert's radical ways were dangerous. At the time, he was approached with an offer to take part in the incident at Duscur. My lord loves his homeland. To me, he embodied justice. We were only doing what we thought was right.
And so, in the name of justice, he caused massacre upon massacre out of love for his homeland. You murdered your own king, killed our soldiers, and involved innocent citizens. And yet you have the gall to speak of justice!
I am only standing before you now, because I could no longer bear the weight of my sins.
Did you share those feelings about your homeland?
Yes, I believe I do.
Gilbert, lock this man in his cell.
Are you not going to kill him?
I will make that decision once I have had time to consider this man's definition of justice.
Yes, Your Highness.
Are you okay?
No, I cannot say that I am. Tell me, Professor, how well do you remember your father, Gerald?
Not very well.
I figured as much. Even the memory of those who pass away is taken from those they left behind, little by little, year by year. To be honest, I cannot really remember my stepmother's... that woman's smile, nor the sound of her voice. I always told myself that I would not allow my mind to forget, and yet, all I can recall with clarity is her gazing away, so forlorn. Did my stepmother wish to go home so badly that she would kill Father and me? Kill her false family? Home, to her own blood. Her true family.
I don't have those answers.
I suppose it doesn't make any difference now. I am asking you questions you could not possibly know the answer to. I am finished with thoughts like that. I am finally able to go on living without clinging to hate. If I truly treasure those who have died, then I must earnestly atone for my sins. Father, Glenn, all of the soldiers who have fallen, the people of Duscur who still suffer persecution. The only atonement I can offer them now is to take responsibility for this broken kingdom that has been entrusted to me.
Take responsibility for the kingdom.
That is why I feel that I must meet with Edelgard and try to talk to her. Do you think it is a fool's errand? Honestly, I think so too. But I must swallow my feelings and grudges, our whole history really, and ask her about this future that she sees. What she aims for once her domination is complete. What kind of justice she clings to as she fights. And why she felt it necessary to start this war. I believe that asking her these things is the true responsibility I have been tasked with as king.
How will you accomplish that?
We will march our troops to the Imperial capital. But before any battle begins, we will set up camp nearby and send a messenger. I will tell her that I need to speak with her in a safe place, without any weapons or troops. As to whether or not she will agree to my request, well, that rests solely on Edelgard.
I'm certain she'll agree.
I would like to believe that as well.
I have a feeling. Not really.
You know, Professor, when we fought in Ferdiad, Cornelia mocked me and called me pitiful. But even if it is true that my stepmother never loved me, I am not to be pitied. After all, I have allies and dear friends who care for me. And now, I also have you by my side.
So that's our mission this month. I wonder how close the point of no return is. Like, I'll just have to save on the final week, just to be sure. Alright, let's talk with everybody. And then I think we'll end the stream there.
Really?
See what everybody has to say. Hey Ash, let's do our best to survive this.
Returning to the monastery brings back so many memories from 5 years ago. Hard to believe we only spent a year together here. So much happened that it felt a lot longer than that. But it was all so exciting, and so much fun. Honestly, I think those memories are what's kept me fighting this long. What was that year like for you, Professor?
It was a lot of fun.
I don't think I could ask for a better answer. Let's all do our best to survive this, so we can come back here when it's all over. I know that's what I'll be doing.
Professor! My mother might be in the city. I don't have many good memories of her, if I'm being honest, but she's dearer to me than my father. If you happen to see her, please make sure she's not caught up in all the fighting. She's only a civil servant, so hopefully she takes a cue from her Bernie and stays inside.
Professor,
When will we put this war behind us?
I keep thinking the war is near its end, then it isn't. When can we finally put this dreadful war behind us?
Let's end it with the next battle.
That would be wonderful. Imagine the last moment of combat, then peace. It sounds like a fairy tale. I want to make this a world where there is no fighting, where children can grow up happy and safe.
Pardon me.
Hi there!
Yeah, what I'm thinking is we'll spend one day battling, and the next 2 days we'll do exploring to get stat boosting items.
Let me see.
Scary.
I wonder what the Emperor looks like.
Hopefully I remember
I bet
that.
she's really scary. Oh, you don't think so? I've never seen her, so I was just guessing.
Also, I
She
should
tried
probably
to
repair
destroy
those
the
weapons.
Kingdom and the Alliance, and order the capture of the Archbishop, right? I don't know. Someone who could do such terrible things just has to be really scary looking.
Whoa. That, stuttered. I wonder if I'll get to see the Opera House.
We're heading up to Enbar next. I hope I make it back safe so I can tell my little sis about it.
I hear they got a neat opera house there, where Manuela used to perform. What was it called again?
Middle Frank Opera Company.
Ha! That's the one.
I can
My
remember
little
without
sis
the,
always goes
without
on
the
about
words.
how much she'd like to see him perform. I know we can't see a show, but do you think we could at least see the building?
Hey there.
Alright, let's see. Forge. Look at all these silver gauntlets that we should just throw into the trash.
Is this it? There you go. Is this it? There you go.
We don't have enough mithril. It's a good thing we only used those in the final battle. Oh, did we not get Merceus or whatever it's called? Oh, we got Merceus. It was, Gradavis.
Is this it? There you go. Is this it? There you go. Come back anytime.
I'm gonna sell all those silver rusted things. Just so I don't have to look at them.
Will this one do? Many thanks. 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 Come back soon.
And the path to recovery.
While on some business, I went to see how the kingdom capital is getting on. There are still some things to work out before it can be restored. But generally, things seem to have calmed down. It's on its way to resuming its old energy. I think this will end up being a better kingdom than before. I really believe that.
Seems like the war is gonna end once the dust settles. Hey, how about
Giant shell and a speed wing. I should be able to acquire those, since we don't have any more paralogs to do.
Hello there. This one, yes? This one, yes? I think this one, yes? I think so. Return soon, please. Hello! Will this one do? It's all you tell your friends.
Right.
Gatekeeper,
Yes.
I'm feeling the pressure.
Greetings, Professor. Nothing to report. Momentum's really picking up for this final battle, huh? Even I'm starting to feel tense. Me! Enbar's history goes back 1,400 years. That even predates the founding of the Empire. It's one of the sacred sites of the Seros faith, so it's a pretty big deal. But hey, no need to worry about the monastery while you're fighting the final battle. I've got it covered. I'll defend it to my last. It's like this.
From now on,
I used to work for Cornelia in Ferdiad. I only followed her because I didn't want to die. But afterwards I felt so ashamed I wanted to die anyway. I still can't figure out why I did it. Anyway, I'm glad you did what you did. From now on, I'm going to devote myself to the kingdom and fight for what I believe in.
hey Balthus, can you believe that nonsense?
That damn Dimitri guy plans to chat with the Emperor. Can you believe that nonsense? Really though, we've been trying to kill each other, and he wants to shoot the breeze? Is he dumb or just insane?
Little bull. You're wrong.
That effect. You two are birds of a feather. You ask me, they should throw some fists and be done with it. Guess it's up to the one true king of grappling to talk some sense into old Dimitri. When I'm done with him, he'll be ready to brawl.
That sounds like a bad idea. Do it. Lysithia is in the area just north of it.
there?
Things have changed.
Wanting so desperately to speak with Edelgard, just as we're about to fight. Could it be that the prince is having doubts about killing her?
It's only a formality.
I suppose they're the only ones who fully understand the extent of their relationship. He's certainly changed from the vengeful person he once was.
Indeed.
I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm actually relieved. A king who's responsible for Fodlan's future can't exact personal vendettas and have a cold heart. No.
Random NPC. Citizen.
Professor, once you set out on your next mission, you won't be able to have a proper meal for a while, right? You should eat up while you can. Build up your physical strength to prepare for the mission.
Got it. Well, we're going to be spending 3 days. We could do this. Max HP and strength +1.
You seem
I'm pretty sure it doesn't overwrite stacks, doesn't it? Well, I guess we'll find out next exploration, if I remember. Hope this is the final battle.
I hope this is the final battle. Don't you, Professor? When the war is over, everyone will be busy with their own lives.
The final
Let's
battle.
all meet up again someday. Right here at Garreg Mach. You, His Highness, my father, our monastery friends, the knights, everyone.
It's a great idea.
It was just a silly whim I had, but I really love it. Oh, and I'll bake a bunch of desserts for it. Reunion sweets. All we have to do now is win. Let's get to it, Professor.
Will it really be over?
We'll be heading for the capital soon. So much rests on this moment. Will the war really be over if we take the capital?
It might not end right away.
You're probably right. But we'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
I truly believe that a peaceful future is waiting at the end of all of this.
Hey, Caspar.
That's right.
Such a relief.
It's such a relief that we've made it this far without having to fight my father.
Sounds like you're scared.
You bet I'm scared. The Imperial Army hasn't lost a single battle with my father on the field. But still, I wonder what'll happen to him if we win.
Yeah, it's just like how the Avengers have won every single battle where Hawkeye was on their side. Can't beat statistics, am I right?
He intends to speak to the Emperor? She's his stepsister, I know, but this seems risky.
It's important.
I know that. If the two can settle this diplomatically, that would be the best way out of this mess. No more bloodshed. Let's just hope he doesn't become so overwhelmed with emotion that he's unable to strike her down, should the need arise.
Got a few people chilling in the center area here.
Say now.
Can't let up now.
Attacking the capital means crossing swords with the Emperor herself. I hope you won't be caught unprepared. I've heard that she'll stop at nothing in the pursuit of victory. Be careful of that Hubert, too, the minister of the Imperial household. They say he's a cunning strategist.
So if we're invading the capital, so the final battle is gonna be like how it is, where you charge in, kill Hubert outside the castle, and then you go into the throne room and beat up Edelgard. That's what it seems to be, which means this would be the final 2 missions.
I've got a bit of Dusker blood in me.
So I don't think there's any other people.
Enemy.
You've killed everybody involved with
is going to be the king, I
those who
don't
slither
see
in the
any harm
dark.
in lending him my blade. I believe that we can forge a proud new kingdom. As you can tell, I'm expecting great things. I won't forgive you if you lose.
Big nuts.
Professor. We're about to put the finishing touches on this war.
This guy wants to be involved in the
I wonder how Fodlan
conversation.
will look without the backdrop of death and destruction. I can't wait to see it. On the other hand, I'm terrified of what the future might hold. Who knows if I'll survive the assault on the capital?
He'll survive. You won't even be there. Canal of Enbar.
Did you know? A magnificent canal flows through downtown Enbar. It's said to have been constructed under the guidance of Saint Seros before the Empire was even formed.
Another guy who wants to be involved in the conversation.
That canal has been a major lifeline for the capital's development. And now this is how the Empire repays it. Truly, no good deed goes unpunished.
Ingrid is over here. Hey, Ingrid.
Thank you.
I'm glad we have you, Professor.
I'm so glad you were assigned to the Blue Lion House, Professor. We made it this far, thanks to your guidance and leadership. There's a bitter fight ahead, that much is certain. You have my lance.
And my sword. We will prevail.
Yes. Let's do this together.
One person by the cemetery, one person on the bridge.
Oh.
Hey, Sylvain. Let's be sure to come back alive.
I've been thinking about how we've got our own ideas about justice. And so does the Empire. And what's coming? It's not just a battle between us and them. It's our ideals that are fighting. Whoever wins will say they were right, and the other side was wrong. And I get it. That's how it goes. But nobody's willing to talk or compromise. So we'll fight to the death to prove the other guy's wrong. It won't be an easy battle, but let's make sure we come back alive. Right, Professor?
Correct.
Right.
Hey, Hilda. Yeah.
Fighting in the capital? Ugh. And we're fighting against Edelgard. Double ugh. But with you leading us, Professor, I know we'll win. Yeah! Woohoo! Fighting! I'm a little scared, to be honest. I'm just shouting to relieve the tension, but I'll be fine.
Hey.
Come to think of it.
Looks like we're near the end.
Looks like we're nearing the end of this struggle. I'm sure Lady Rhea is on tenterhooks waiting for me to swoop in and rescue her.
Probably.
I was just kidding. Pay me no mind. Lady Rhea's not waiting for me, I know, no matter how much I might wish she were. She's waiting for you.
Hey.
I'm back in one piece.
Sorry, but I'm not the fighting type. All I can do is lend you the stuff you need. And, you know, pray to the goddess for your safety. Win, live, and return, okay? Mostly so you can pay me back for the stuff you borrowed.
What did I borrow? I have so much money. I could pay you back and then some.
Well...
Professor.
The capital will be our next battlefield.
Our next battlefield will be the Imperial capital. There will be no turning back. If you have any unfinished business here, you had best settle it before we depart.
Yep. There's not enough time.
I apologize, but you'll have to make do with the time you have. We cannot afford a delay.
Sounds like a point of no return. Hey, Yuri. This is a rare sight.
How would you know what's rare and what isn't? I still believe in the goddess. Sort of. I couldn't recount a single word of scripture for you, but my mother always prayed. I picked up the habit from her. Believe it or not, I'm praying for you too. For you to come back safe.
Let me
Hey, Dedur. I believe in you.
I believe in you. But please ensure that His Highness survives as well. Fodlan's future would be in peril if we lost him. I would not be able to go on.
I understand.
Good.
I pray we can put an end to this.
It matters not how just our cause may be. In the end, war is nothing more than organized murder. I understand the desire to reach a conclusion, but we mustn't overlook the sins inherent in our deeds.
I understand, of course.
Sorry. I have a tendency to preach. We have lost so much, and in return, we have taken much from our enemies. I pray we can put an end to this cycle of violence.
Please.
It ends with the next chapters. All of it.
Listen.
We made it.
Professor, at last, the end is nigh. I love the Empire. Part of me wants it to survive, but I know that is not reasonable. The Empire's time has come. The kingdom is battle-scarred, the Alliance is in tatters. People must be terrified. The world is crumbling around them. What we need now is a mighty leader who can rebuild Fodlan and rule it as a single nation. Nonetheless, it saddens me that we will not have an Adrestian Emperor.
And Lawrence is chilling in his room. Hey, Lawrence. At last, the final confrontation.
At last, we've come to the final confrontation. Ruin to the Empire. Glory to Fargus. Of course, to be perfectly honest, I would have much preferred to march against the Empire at the head of the Alliance. But I suppose I have Claude to thank for denying me that satisfaction, don't I?
Knock down a peg or three. Hey, Manuela. The way things are going.
Life can be tough, you know. But if you've got your friends to help you through, it can be a lot easier. Maybe you butt heads sometimes, but that's okay. That's how you build bonds, right? And I've got friends, Professor, plenty of those. It's true love that seems to have passed me by.
There's still hope.
But where is my true love to be found? Where is my ray of hope? At this point, you're the only man who pays attention to me. I guess I'll have to take what I can get.
So...
Truly regrettable.
I was born in Enbar. My mother and father met in a church there. Not too long after, I was brought into the world. I do not understand how war can happen in such a precious place. It is most regrettable.
We're coming to the end of this war.
When you think of it, as one approaches the end of a war, the sacrifices only grow larger, don't they? The winning side musters their forces and attempts to strike a decisive blow, while those of the losing side make desperate attempts to turn the war in their favor. Neither side will give. I only wish we'd consider those who lose their lives in that struggle.
Better than dragging the war out.
I can appreciate that, but just because a choice is better does not mean that it's good.
I will take your opinion to the trash can.
Really?
Hey, Hanneman. Back in the capital again.
Enbar's streets are paved with unhappy memories, Professor. I've avoided the damned place ever since I abandoned my nobility. Swore never to return. Now here we are. To return in this manner. Well, I can't say it is something I ever imagined. Especially as I'm returning to end the Empire. What a strange feeling, breaking one's history.
Time for revenge.
At last, it's time to face the Flame Emperor, Edelgard. I know that the future of all Fodlan rests on this battle. Nothing else is more important. But for me, this is personal. For Captain Gerald's sake, I'm going to give it all I've got and more.
Louise. Finally! Am I right, Professor?
Here we are, facing the final battle with the Empire. It's been a long, difficult struggle. We have to get Lady Rhea back. And we have to crush the Empire in the name of Captain Gerald. He's watching over us now, protecting us. I know he is.
So,
are you prepared?
Rhea will be somewhere in the city. I wonder if she can sense us coming. The battle will soon be upon us. Let us both be at our best for what is to come.
What are you doing here, Marianne?
Goddess. Dear goddess.
What are you praying for?
For your safety. I'll do all I can to survive. But please, please don't die out there, Professor.
Two more. Beryl and Petra. And if this is the final month, that means we're done with all the conversations.
I need to be speaking.
Our paths will be colliding.
5 years ago, Edelgard said a thing to me. Bridget is a vassal of the Empire. But she also said I always have the freedom to be choosing whether I am with or not with her. I will become the ruler of Bridget. So she said I must make my own path. So now, my path and her path will be colliding.
Beryl? Left the honor to you, considering you're going to rescue Rhea. We'll see her again, right?
Whenever I think about how we'll be seeing Lady Rhea real soon, I get happy and really get cleaning. We'll get there for sure, right? We'll see her again?
We'll meet her for sure.
I just gotta believe Lady Rhea is waiting for us in the capital. We just have to find her.
Well, what do they have at the thing here? Oh, Shamir's actually last. I forgot to go to the training hall. I also forgot to go to Abyss. Abyss is the last location.
I'm thinking...
One battle after another.
It's very likely that Lady Rhea is confined in the Imperial Palace. If so, then our strategy will be to gain control of the streets and then assault the castle. A street battle followed by a castle invasion. It's just one battle after another. It'll be tough, but we have to win. For Lady Rhea.
Compared to back then.
10 years ago, Dagda and Bridget attacked the Empire from the west. Their final target was the capital. But they were countered at a port town, long before they reached their destination. We spent a lot of time going back and forth, but at least we made it this far.
And what is this? Ultimate Sword Tournament. Didn't we already do the Ultimate Sword Tournament? We don't have to do this.
May I be...
As I am fighting more, my arrows are decreasing in quality. They are not flying as far and have less accuracy. What can I be doing differently? New bowstrings could help you shoot with more force.
You have great wisdom. Professor.
That's Manuela's birthday.
Thank you.
For the two...
Let's give it up. It is done.
I think I've got...
I finally...
Okay, I bought the stuff. Good. No, we're gonna use the remaining items on Violet. I mean, they both got the 40 strength, so 40 strength should be sufficient. So just at level 43, so we're gonna get hopefully level 44, 45 before the missions. I'm not sure if it's the exhaustion or just the feeling of excitement that we're going to be finally done with this game after 300 hours, 4 routes. Feels good. It's gonna feel good to finish this game off and put it behind us once and for all. But we still have a little bit to go. Alright. So I'll see you next time. Have a good night.